Mr. Lin, you're still under oath?
Yes.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Lin.
Please the court, my lady. Mr. Lin.
Yes, good morning.
I just want to start by looking at paragraph 5.8 of your report and the last sentence where you clearly indicate that the modelling process that you followed excludes the possibility of 100% reproduction of the original sound source and the perception of the sound from the listener's perspective. So I understand that.
Yes.
You're saying you used a model, used averages, and you want to convey the answers to the two questions. That's what you're doing.
Yes.
Good. Now, if we deal with the difference between hearing and listening, you've also dealt with that. You dealt with that at page 3. But what we're dealing with in this instance is listening, am I right?
Well, yes. Yes.
Now, listening includes interpretation, confirmation, and so forth.
Yes.
So, a listener would hear a sound, interpret the sound. If there's another sound, confirm a sound, interpret the sound. That's what I understand by listening.
Yes.
Good. Now, I failed to see a date on your report. When did you compile this report?
Was actually towards the end of past week.
Last week.
Yes. It's been an ongoing process.
So when did you start with this whole process of this report?
Gosh, probably, I can't remember exactly, probably just more than a week ago.
Okay, you started with it a bit more than a week ago, and you worked on it, and you finalized it about a week ago.
That's correct, yes.
I see. And you used different scenarios in your report.
Yes.
What was made available for you to create these scenarios?
My lady, I have to understand where the possible sound source could be. In this case, we have 3 different scenarios: in the toilet, bathroom, and balcony. That's all 3 possible sound sources. And then I have to study the actual location of the listener's position. It's 177-meter house and an 80-meter house, and possibly where the window and door locations would be, whether it would have line of sight or not.
But, okay, I understand what you did. What did you use? Did you read the record?
No, I actually went to the site to look at the location.
But that you did last week?
I think, God, I don't remember the exact date now, it was just more than a week ago, yes.
A week
yes.
ago. But you do understand, and I'm sure you were informed, that since the incident, there's been lots of development and new houses built and things at the scene.
I believe so, yes.
Yeah. But did people tell you exactly what?
No, I must say that, I'm trying to keep all the information in public out of my mind because I don't know who has been right and who is wrong. I don't know what's been happening, and I'm trying to concentrate on scientific fact of it. So that's really, I use the information at my disposal to analyze the question they're giving to me.
I understand that, Mr. Lin, and I appreciate that. I do. The one scientific fact, however, is when you went to the scene last week, it was more than a year after the incident. Mm-hmm. Trees have grown, new houses were built. Did somebody tell you about that? New houses built. What was changed?
Yes, I was aware of that. That's correct.
Yeah, but I want to know, how did you know that there were new houses built?
Because when I went to the site, that's what I saw. And I saw there was new houses put up. I inquired about was there a line of sight or not, and I was informed of that there was new house built in between.
And did anybody sensitize you to the fact that there was growth of trees in this period of a year and a couple of months, that the trees got larger, taller?
Well, it's natural assumption that this part of nature that would happen.
Oh, good. We have that now. When you went to the scene, did you go by yourself? Did somebody accompany you, or what happened?
I went with one of the assistants of the defense team. Yes.
Of the defense team. Now, the scenarios of a person being on the balcony or in the room, who gave you that?
I have to ask for the information, and was during the interaction with Mr. Brian Weber, and then I have to find out information while at my disposal so I can start the analyzing process.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you refer to Mr. Brian Weber, that's the attorney of the accused.
That's correct,
okay.
Yes.
Now, what I'm asking is, in your scenarios, was it ever put to you that at the at the site of 177 meters, that the bedroom window was closed? Was that put to you as a scenario?
No.
What was the scenario there?
There was no scenario put to me. I have to explore the different possibilities, and therefore I include different scenarios in my report, my lady.
So, nobody told you that the window was in fact wide open?
That the information was not available to me.
Now, you went to the scene. I understand that. I just want to understand. So, if you were taken to the scene at the 177 premises, that's one. Did you go there?
One time, no, I didn't have access to that.
Yeah. So you never had access to the premises that was 177 meters away?
Sort of. However, I was shown a photograph of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we have, so you were shown photographs as well.
Yes.
And that all happened now in the last 2 weeks?
Yes.
Okay. So you were shown photographs, but you also shown photographs of the premises 80 meters away?
That's correct.
Are they, okay. And were you at the source of the sounds into the house?
I did go to the house of the accused, yes.
Okay. Good. Now, if I put to you that at the source of 177, the bedroom window was open, we can exclude all the portions of the model where you took into account that it was closed. Am I right?
In my model, I included both scenarios.
Yeah, but we're now in court and we now have to apply it to the facts, your model, so we can exclude that. The window was open.
If that's what you think, yes.
Okay. Now, in paragraph 5.6, you deal with the ability to differentiate between a male and a female scream. Now, if I read 5.6 and 5.7, I make the following inference. Your view is that you wouldn't think that it's possible to, without exception, be able to identify a male and a female scream.
What I said, yes, one cannot be absolutely certain.
Absolutely certain.
Well, reliably certain.
Don't we do that every day?
Yes.
every day we hear women voices, male voices. I wouldn't go so far as to say every day we hear women scream and men scream, but often we're able to identify that, and we're right. Am I right?
That's correct.
Would you concede that more often than not we're correct?
It's all our perception, and nobody can say our perception is all reliable.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying, just,
Yes.
Mr. Lynn, you and I, we in our daily lives,
Yes.
we hear a scream, we say, it's a woman screaming. More often than not, we're right.
If you have a visual correlation, yes.
Even if we don't, and if we look more, you would not concede that more often than not we would be able to identify.
I will consider it as common sense, but not reality.
Okay, no, that's fine. We use different terminology in your science field and the law. So, am I right in saying it's common sense that more often than not we would be able to identify a woman and a male's voice screaming? But we cannot say it's absolutely certain.
That's correct.
Okay. Are you happy with the statement I just made?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Then, at paragraph 5.9, you've identified that the typical human scream recorded are between 100 and 120 dB.
Yes.
On this particular night, there was nothing normal about the night. On the state's version, the deceased screamed because she feared for her life. That's abnormal scream. Would you just appreciate the state's case? That's what we say.
Yes.
That is so. If somebody screams in absolute fear, wouldn't you put it closer to 120 than 110?
I think if we need to appreciate what 120 means. 120 dB is extremely loud.
Yeah.
It's almost hearing the jet taking off at about 100 meters away. And that is actually at extreme level of human voice.
Yes.
And it's a very slight possibility, but it's a possibility.
I appreciate what you just said. It's at the extreme limits of a person's voice.
Yes.
Now, that you'll reach if you're in life-threatening danger. There will be no hold back. It will be a spontaneous scream.
It's possible,
Okay.
but it's not for me to say yes or no.
Exactly. Now I'm saying, you cannot say that if the state is correct, that she screamed close to 120.
That's a possible scenario.
Possible. But if we take that 10 difference
Yes.
through to your graph at the end,
Yes.
let's just do that.
Sure.
So if we take that 10 difference through, and let's just deal with 177, because between the state and you, as far as 80 is concerned, I think we won't ask you lots of questions about that. I'll be focusing on 177.
Sure.
Okay. Now, if we take that 10
Yes.
through,
Yes.
then that brings us source toilet in the bedroom with the window open to at least 32 dB.
Yes.
That would change it to audible and possibly intelligible.
It's audible. It's possibly audible, and the intelligibility. You have to refer to my other description. It's possible intelligible, but it's very much on the lower side.
Okay. No. It's audible and possibly intelligible if we just add the 10 for now.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
No, I have that. Good. No. I appreciate that concession. There's one other factor, and that is the possible amplification of the sound at source by the bathroom? The tiles in the bathroom.
I would not say amplification, because this energy doesn't change. It's how much energy came out of the enclosure. That will decrease. Energy did not increase. My lady.
Now, would you not agree with me that hard surfaces, reflections of the sound from hard surfaces like the tiles in a bathroom would amplify the sound?
One could handle the word amplification very carefully because how we have to understand is the difference between sound power and sound pressure level. What we hear is a sound pressure level at a certain point away from the sound power source. So the energy was produced, assume this in the toilet, will be the same energy and it doesn't go more. Now the tile doesn't make it more. It's just enable more energy to come out of the same enclosure.
Yes.
But when I say, so I need to correct myself, I'm not saying not more energies, more of that energy doesn't dissipate before it come out of the enclosure.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So the level of the sound that would be audible because of the reflections from the hard surface would be higher. The level of the sound would just be higher.
It's possible, but it's quite difficult to quantify.
No, let us not go to quantification.
Yeah.
Let us just deal with the phenomena of what we have here and where it happened. If we deal with that, then let us do just what you now said.
Okay.
It's possible that the level would be amplified by the hard surfaces.
It's I wouldn't use the word amplification. It's not a correct word in this context.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're the expert. I'm just trying to make my way through this, so tell me which word I should rather use.
Well, the amount of sound you get from a sound source is only available from how much sound power is available at the source. And if you have this no other openings, the same sound power will come out the enclosure with a minimum amount of resistance. And in this case, the minimum amount of resistance is the window. So that's where we take our sound energy from. And when we model this, we took into account the possible sound power involved in the toilet.
We're also dealing with it. Now, if we had the sound of a firearm firing, a firearm that was fired in the bathroom, it happened. Now, where would you put the dB of a 9mm pistol being fired?
I do not understand your question.
What would the dB level be? About 160?
It's difficult to ascertain because I have no idea how loud what pistol and how loud would be.
Okay,
so it's not a question one can answer with absolute certainty.
But would it be possible to establish or to say that if I heard from Dr. Kruger sitting next, Dr. van Zyl sitting next to me, that it's about 160, would you be able to say I'm wrong? Excuse me.
I have no knowledge of the gun firing at 160 dB. I assume we talk about dBA weighting, and this is not part of the question I've studied. In fact, I was asked to answer the question relating to the question I was asked to answer to.
No, that's true.
Yes.
You're the expert. I'm trying to get as much out of you as I can. So, and I'm entitled to do that.
Okay.
So please deal with the question. Let us deal with it. But just to take this further, the dB of a gunshot, you'll accept, will be higher than that of a human voice.
It is correct.
Significantly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Good. Now, a human voice and a gunshot that happened at source, let's say just for argument's sake, there's 20% dB difference between the two sounds.
Okay.
Okay, let's just use that. Now, when we get to the listener, whatever happens to those two sounds, when we get to the listener, there'll still be a 20% difference. dB difference between the two.
Theoretically, attenuation will be the same. However, the perception of different frequencies of each sound source can be different because the sound source have different spectrum characteristics. And how we hear certain sound with certain frequency spectrum could be different to how we hear another sound with different frequency spectrum.
That's hearing, but the dB would be exactly the same. The difference in dB at the same amount difference of the dB that was created at source will be at the listeners.
In a simple terms,
Yeah.
yes.
No. In simple terms,
Yes.
Please, I think we're all trying to understand this very complicated
Yes.
science of yours. Then there is the fact that we're dealing with a scream. We're not dealing with a conversation
Yes.
we're dealing with a scream. Now, would you concede that, and I'm just use for argument's sake, and we can carry on with this, that especially a woman's voice, when a woman would scream, there's a tonal character in such a scream. One would expect that.
You're asking me a question come from a common sense perspective, but my position is coming from a scientific perspective. So you're asking me to assume it's a woman's scream, which is already a wrong starting point.
No, it can't be. Why?
Sorry.
I'm asking a question. As an expert,
Okay.
I mean, your duties towards the court, not
Sorry.
me
Yes,
or
yes,
or the defense. So I'm asking you a question. The question is just, if a woman screams, in her voice there will be a certain pitch, and it will have a tonal character. I'm not saying a woman screamed this day, I'm just asking you a general question.
It's commonly known that women has higher pitch voice,
Yes.
and it's a common perception.
Yes.
Yes.
And the fact that it has a tonal character, almost like a musical note.
I'm not sure how you're relating to the musical note.
Having a tonal character. But let me,
okay.
yeah, having a tonal character, that's all.
Yes.
You're agreeing with me?
Yeah, tonal character is every sound has a tonal character.
Okay. Now, if in normal background noise, there's background noise going on, sounds of a woman screaming, and I'm just using woman or a man screaming,
Okay.
a scream, sound with a tonal character, that would be more noticeable because it's different from the ambience, from the sound. You'll hear that.
Yes, we hear different sound due to its different tonal characteristic and different amplitude. So yes, we do hear sound differently from the perspective.
For a tonal sound would be more noticeable.
Yes, because of its the nature of it, the frequency spectrum. Yes.
Now, do you agree with me that the way that one would look at tonal characters, that there's some direction in the SONS 101?
10103,
Yeah.
2008.
Yeah.
Yes.
They deal with how you deal with sounds of tonal character.
That standard is not really a correct reference to be used in this characteristic, because that standard wasn't written for that purpose.
But it deals with determination that you have to correct for the determination of a tonal character in a voice and in a sound.
in a sound with tonal characteristic, and typically it's a repetitive sound, not a single sound.
Okay. So will repetitive screams be the same thing?
If you can scream repetitively with the same level, yes, you can identify that.
But the fact is that in the SANS 10103,
yes,
lady, it is the measurement and rating of environmental noise with respect to annoyance and to speech communication. It's a South African national standard.
That's too quick.
Yeah, I just try to identify it, my lady. The SANS it's a South African national standard.
Thank you.
10103 of 2008, my lady. It has a heading, the measurement and rating of environmental noise. With respect to annoyance and speech communication.
With respect to?
With respect to annoyance and to speech communication.
Thank you.
So the only point I want to make, and I'm sure you know where I'm going.
yes,
Okay, yeah, I'm sure you know where I'm going, so it would be easy
yes.
to get there. In terms of this standard, if you deal with a sound of tonal character, you should amplify, well, you should add 5 dB.
The standards were written for the purpose of assessing noise annoyance and noise pollution. And that is typically based on continuous noise source, and it's continuous based on noise source that can produce noise pollution and annoyance. And therefore, it is, I'm not certain it's applicable in this context.
But if we have a repetitive scream and we have a scream with a tonal character, why would the 5% added not be applicable? If it's applicable in terms of the standard?
Because what the standard is describing is, typically you're talking about a mechanical plant on somebody's roof or a discotheque who's making a lot of noise, and that's constant noise, and one would be annoyed by the noise for a period of time. And the fact is, the measurement as prescribed in this standard is a time average measurement. It's not measured on impulse. Therefore, that's another reason why that if you're referring to a sound level, under this standard is measured over a period of time, and we take an average value of that. And in this context, we're measuring the impulse, well, almost impulse noise that one cannot average over time. And this is the reason why I would say that it's not applicable.
Yeah, but the 5% added, or the 5 dB added, is to account for audibility. That's why it's added in terms of the standard.
From a noise perspective.
Yes, but because of a certain sound with a tonal character, because that is the sound that you're confronted with, in terms of standard, you have to add 5 dB to account for audibility.
I believe this academic discussion that is not something that should happen here. However, I disagree with the interpretation.
You wouldn't add 5?
Not in the true sense of understanding what a standard is for, my lady.
I'm not saying you should follow the standard, but all I'm saying is there is a standard saying that if you deal with this, but sounds with this character, and then you should add 5. And why did you not add 5 in terms of what we're dealing with here, with the sound with the same character?
My lady, because the reason is certain, the way the standard is written is for a specific purpose, and if there is a weighting factor or additional error correction factor, it designed specifically to achieve that purpose. And maybe one need to have a different correction factor to deal with this kind of specific impulse noise nature. But this impulse noise is not what's been discussed in this context. And if we are dealing with average noise level over an hour or over 10 minutes, then maybe one can start to appreciate why Science 103 will talk about it. But in this case, we're dealing with something that's very short. And so I do not believe it's a correct context to apply.
Mr. Lin, but the correction has to deal with the audibility. And that's what we're dealing with, the audibility. And if we deal with audibility, that is exactly what we're dealing with here. The character of the sound, in terms of the 10103, you have to add 5 to account for audibility, and you have not done it in this instance.
Because Science 103 was never part of the tool used for this process. And again, that we are analyzing a real event. We're not analyzing applicability of a standard.
But we're dealing with audibility, and that's it. In terms of a standard, audibility of a sound with a specific characteristic should add 5, and you did not do it. And we're just dealing with audibility. Don't you think it should also apply here?
I still believe it's wrong in correct context.
I understand you're stuck with context, but the intention of the sons and of the correction is to account for audibility. Now, in a different context, I agree, but the reason why they do it, why they did it in the sons, is to account for audibility, and that's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with audibility.
My lady, I do understand the intention as written in the standard. There are other correction factors can be applicable in different scenarios. So under different scenarios, there could be higher correction factors, there could be lower correction factors, but each scenario is very specific, and I stand by my point that this correction factor as of 5 dB is not correctly applied in this context. There could be the possibility it could be higher or lower, but the reality is that you are using a standard that is used for average scenarios, and that doesn't account for individual incidents in very specific conditions.
Yeah. And you see, the point I'm making wasn't so much saying, why did you not follow the standard? It's, why did you not follow the same principle as prescribed by the standard? That's all. By allowing for the specific tonal character of the scream and the audibility of it. Now, let's do it differently.
Okay.
Did you add anything, any dB, to account for audibility?
I did not apply the correction factor in this case, no.
Why?
Because I did not see the requirement to.
Why not? If there's a standard that you should do it, why did you not do it in this instance? A standard in a different context, but you've now said that the 10103 indicates the standard that you have to use and apply. And why did you not do it in this, even on a 2 dB or something, to account for audibility?
If allow me, if I can explain differently. In this report, I clearly state that subjectivity and audibility is highly variable and subjective. And I established that as a start, and then apply some scientific modeling to come up with some numbers to explain the possible scenarios. And that scenario is based on the foundation of subjectivity and human hearing. And the exercise here is about what can we hear, but however, what can we hear subject to possible different frequency contexts of the source. And the standard is not something I see fitting in this scenario. It's a very specific incident, very specific event. It's not something we can use a typical standard for general conditions. And therefore, I use the argument based on subjectivity rather than the standard. In fact, under different conditions, one can say you can apply 10 dB or correction factor or 2 dB correction factor.
But you apply none.
Apply none because some people were here, some people were not here. And you cannot say this is correct for some people who heard and it's incorrect for some people who did not hear.
You see, my problem is just that. When we get to your conclusions,
Yes.
we deal with specific dB numbers. And by saying, I didn't apply a correction, affect the numbers. Let us just look. I mean, if we applied 5, as in the standard, I'm not saying you should follow the standard and the standard's applicable in this specific instance, but let us just say, if you applied 5, and we applied the 10 for the high end of the screen, it would have made a significant difference in your graph.
Yes and no, my lady.
It would have taken the first line of your graph to 37.
Even if you do that, my lady, it is 37 dB. I can also demonstrate what it sounds like. In fact, the 37 dB is lower than the ambient noise level in this courtroom at the moment.
But you yourself, sir, said at a 38 dB, line 2, that it was audible and possibly intelligible.
That is correct.
At 38 dB. So 37 dB must be exactly the same.
It's
Audible and possibly intelligible.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So I'm just, you see, I'm testing you on what you have here. And I'm just showing you how a correction would have affected your numbers.
I do agree with you. Yes, 38 dB is definitely audible and possibly intelligible. That's not an issue. There's no question about that.
Great.
Yes.
Now, let us then carry on. And I unfortunately have to just ask if these are the photographs that you've seen. There's an album in front of you. I'm going to ask that we look at photographs 930. And not that one, other album, that one. F, my lady, exhibit F, photograph 930. Now, were you shown this particular photograph?
Yeah, this is this photograph, yes.
You did. And you, except for purposes of your model, that if somebody's standing on that balcony, there would direct sight of hearing with the red arrow, which is the accused now.
That is correct.
931 is the next photograph. It's just a close-up of what you'll be able to see, but there's a direct line of sight.
That is correct.
Then as far as the 80 meters concerned, let's go to that. But I mean, the direct line of sight is quite clear. Can we go to photograph 921, please? 921.
921.
Get there.
Oh, okay.
If you can elect either the album or the TV screen, you're welcome to either. I think the TV screen is just perhaps a bit more clear. Now, the listener in our scenario would be at 1393, and the source would be where you can see 286 Oscar's house. But that's not what you saw on the scene when you went there last week.
I just want to clarify, the 80 meter away, which one is that one?
193.
193, that's 80 meter away, that's correct, yes.
But when you went there last week, it looked different.
What
There
do
were
you
houses
look
built right
different?
in front of 193 and so forth.
Yeah, that is correct, yes.
Let us just go to 936. Now, on that particular photograph, I'm sure you saw that house when you went there.
Yes,
The two positions there that's relevant.
yes.
The one you can see there with the arrows now, that's a door with curtains, and to the right of it, there's a position that's relevant as far as a balcony is concerned.
Yes,
And you were there, and I'm sure if you turn to 937, it's just a different angle of that particular house. Then 938. 938 is an interesting photograph.
yes.
It's a direct line of sight through that door to the source.
Yes.
Yeah. You've seen that one?
I've seen that one, yes.
Yes. Okay. Now, the attenuation you allowed for, can we deal with that now?
Yes.
Now, the window you allowed for 25 dB.
Mm-hmm.
Now, would you not say that's a bit much?
It's typically measured. It is assumption, but it's acceptable assumption.
Isn't that for a window that's acoustically sealed, one that's not openable, it's a fixed window that specific estimate is used?
Not necessarily.
Do you have any literature on that? Because if I indicate to you that it is my perception that 25 dB is typically used for a solid window that's sealed.
If I can explain in this way, my lady, that a typical domestic window with solid frame, if it's closed properly, it can probably go up to 30 dB if it's sealed properly. I've actually I've measured this kind of scenario in different sites.
If it's sealed, if it's properly sealed.
It's properly closed, closed, yeah.
And not sealed.
Seal, if it is 100% sealed, it can achieve more, depends on the glazing. A typical 6 millimeter solid, 6 millimeter glass can perform probably about 28 dB sound insulation and mid frequencies. And this depending on how well the frame or aluminum frame is closed or sealed against the structure.
But you took into account that we have a timber frame here.
Yes.
And did you allow for that?
Yes.
What did you allow?
I took that as it can when it's closed, can perform up to 25 dB.
Do you agree that if it didn't seal properly, I mean, I'm just going through all this in detail because that's how you presented your evidence.
Yes,
you work with figures. That if it didn't seal particularly well, or wasn't closed properly, it would have allowed less attenuation.
Exactly. Yes, I agree with that.
Okay.
Yes.
And we don't know that. Okay. The same with the door. I mean, you allowed 29 for the door. It didn't seal properly.
Not 29 for the door. The 29 is for the entire path. of the sound if it's generated inside the toilet, through the door,
and
through the window.
Okay.
Yes, it's actually the entire process.
Okay. Okay. Now, again, before I step off from this, again we have a variable in terms of we don't know if the window is sealed properly, and if it was closed properly, we don't know.
Yes.
Okay. And that would affect whatever attenuation you would allow for
That
the
is correct.
toilet window.
Yes.
Now, if we deal with your conclusions as far as the sound attenuation between the source and listener is concerned on the 177 meters, it starts at page 11.
11.
Yes. If I understand this correctly, you allowed 25 dB for the window and 29 dB for the whole pass through the bathroom window, out the open window.
Yes.
Okay. I think it's more important at page 12. So, for the person standing at the listener side, which I just showed you, I understand all the variables and understand what you used, but I'm just testing your document and your model.
Sure.
Your model, person standing on a balcony would hear a sound of 42 dB if it's on the balcony.
Let me just get to the.
We're still dealing with 177 meters.
Yes, my lady. Just 177.
Are you referring to page 17?
I'm referring to page 23 or your graph.
Oh, okay.
At the graph, am I
Okay,
right?
at the
In
graph,
interpreting a graph in the following
So I
way.
was at page 11.
Okay, no problem. If I interpret your graph, tables at the table.
Table.
Okay,
Yes.
let's use that word.
Mm-hmm.
A person standing on the balcony, photograph that I showed you, 107 centimeters away, everything you took into account, you would have, the level would have been 42 dB.
The highest range.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. The next portion is the 8 dBA. That is if the window was closed.
In the listener side.
Yeah, at the listener side.
Yeah.
Okay. Then the last entry is 22 dBA. That's if the window was open at the listener side.
At the listener side, yes.
And that is on an average of 110 dB as at source.
That's correct.
If we have it higher at source, and I have to agree lower.
Yes.
I mean, if it's lower at source, then
It could be lower.
that could be lower.
Yeah.
But if it's higher, it's higher.
Could be higher.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Then you deal with, if I read your table correctly, if you use the word intelligible, it means if the listener would be able to distinguish between a male and a female voice. Or what do you mean by intelligible?
Possible to perceive information.
Perceive information.
Yes.
I'm still not sure. Can you just simplify it?
I do understand that there's a definition I put under 4.8. That's page 3. My lady, may I read it to you? 4.8 intelligibility describes the degree a sound can be understood. Not is a process that involves human interpretation.
Yes. I don't know if I dealt with it, by preparing, and I don't know which questions I've asked. I may forget, so if I repeat the question, just excuse me.
No problem.
But in whatever we deal with, if we deal with intelligibility, it depends on the power of hearing of the listener.
Power of hearing and perception.
And perception and the interpretation. But power of hearing is a major factor.
Yes, and it's highly variable as well.
Yeah. But in this instance, we don't have that.
We don't have
the power of hearing of the listeners.
We do not have. Yes.
Okay. Why I'm asking you about intelligibility is because although you deal with in a heading, the reliability to differentiate between a male and a female scream, you don't in so many words address it in your report anyway.
Sorry, I
you don't make a finding on somebody's ability to differentiate between a male and a female scream at any of those distances, or do you?
No, I do not.
You don't make a finding?
No.
Okay. And so I have to now take you back.
Sure.
And you were quite correct when you said early on, if I find it, remember when we started, we dealt with paragraph 5.6 and 5.7.
Yes.
And you anticipated I'm going back there. Well done.
Yes.
What we have in this instance is we have 4 people identifying the sound as a woman's voice. We have no exceptions. Do you know that?
I do not know the number.
But you know that we have no exceptions.
I actually don't know what the exception or not.
No, I'll put you, you see, what you're saying is you have to take into account, is it correct to assume that without exception all males scream the same? Is it correct to assume that without exception all females scream the same? And I understand all that. What I'm putting to you is, in this instance, we had no exception. Everybody that heard the sound at that time identified it as a woman's voice.
Now, my lady, that if he says the 4 witnesses called by the state, that's a correct statement. If he says everybody, that's not correct.
I go as far as saying everybody, my lady, because I'm saying at that time. If Mr. Roo would give me an opportunity, I said at that time. We're talking, my lady, before what the other witnesses, the witnesses called by the defense heard sounds, the last sound, and the male voice. They did not hear anything before those sounds, and I challenge Mr.
That's going to be a long argument, and we will show to you that it's wrong, because we have telephone calls at 3:15, at 3:16, when the screaming was heard. We know it's the same time, but that's not a debate for now. I think what Mr. Nell can do, he can say the 4 witnesses called by the state, no exception. If he wants to, at this point, wants to make it as a certainty that the witnesses called by the defense heard it at a different time, I say that's very wrong. You cannot do it at this stage.
Just to avoid further arguments, 4 state witnesses made no, all identified it, that they heard screams, not cries, they had screams by a woman. That must be reliable, even for a scientist.
I agree. Sorry, what distance were they?
2 were at 80 and 2 were at 177. They don't know each other. They haven't spoken to each other. It happened independently.
My lady, I cannot say they did not hear the sound. I do believe they heard the sound, but I cannot say were they correct or were they incorrect. It's not for me to interpret that.
Yeah, no, you're right. But they did. So as a scientist, that must indicate to you that they all heard, independent people heard a female scream. So it's possible that what they heard at least was a female.
I would say, if purely from scientific perspective, from the amount of samples available, I can still can't say were they correct or were they incorrect.
Melanie, may I have an adjournment? I don't think I have lots of more questions, but I would like to confer with Dr. van Zyl and then carry on with the cross-examination. If the court will allow me to just step towards Mr. Ruan to find out what the rest of the day would look like, it would be easier to say how long this adjournment should be.
I have another witness available.
My lady, then I would need about 10 minutes.
Court will adjourn.
But in what we have on your table, at 80 meters, the word intelligible there includes the capability to distinguish between a male and a female voice.
That's not what I said, my lady.
What do you by intelligible? You're saying what?
I'm going back to my definition. Describes the degree of sound can be understood. Not it is a process that involves human interpretation.
Okay, so in this table of yours, there's nothing about the ability to differentiate between a male and a female voice.
No.
In fact,
No.
apart from paragraph 5.6 and 5.7, there's nothing about the ability to differentiate.
That is correct, my lady.
Now, then, if I okay, so you haven't dealt with that ability to differentiate. But even if at page at paragraph 16 you have a heading, can one reliably differentiate between a male and a female scream? That question remained answered in general tones in paragraph 5.6 and 5.7.
That is correct, my lady.
That's all.
Yes.
Okay. So just to continue then, if at page 23, we're dealing with the table, if the source of the sound was in the toilet and the listener was in the bedroom, at the high range would have been audible and intelligible.
That's correct, my lady.
And the rest we've done. So I don't want to go through the whole table, but that is how one interprets this table.
That is correct.
If the source was the bathroom, and that's the source of the sound, the source of the sound was the bathroom, and the listener was on the balcony at 80 meters away, the sound would have been audible and intelligible.
That is correct. And however, I need to bring to attention of the court that this is based on the ambient noise level, and that's another uncertainty at the listener side.
Yeah, indeed. No, we'll go to. There's lots of uncertainties.
Yes.
About. We use an average for the source, the sound of the source. We use an average.
Yes.
We use an average for what the window would. The attenuation of what that was caused by the window, by the door. We use averages for everything.
That's correct.
Because you correctly said it's impossible for you to 100% replicate what happened that night, even the source,
that is
the sound
correct.
source, and
Yes.
also the ambient level at the houses, at the listener's environment. That is also a average between 20 to 45.
That is correct. However, I need to point out that this is the exercise of this model here still within certain scientific basis.
Yeah.
We are talking about a range that's possible, not a range that's impossible. So we're talking about a possible scenarios on a scientific from a scientific perspective.
But it's possible. You're not excluding the fact that somebody at 177 meters in the bathroom, in the bedroom, would have heard a sound, would have heard the noise and made intelligible findings about it, because that's what the witness testified. You're not saying the witnesses are lying.
I'm not saying they're lying at all. I'm saying they could hear, but I'm not saying what they heard was correct or incorrect.
And so a credibility finding, that is in the domain of the court. You will not say that they're lying, they couldn't have heard that.
Not at all.
Okay. Then, I just want to finalize our very interesting discussion about the SANS 10103.
Yes.
The fact that you have to allow a variation, is the basis of that because the human ear would distinguish a sound with a tonal character more easily.
That is correct, yes.
Yes. And that is why one would have to allow a correction. I'm not saying...
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
So, one should never ask too many questions, but may I just ask you this question? Any sound with a tonal character to the human ear is more noticeable.
Sorry, can you...
A sound with a tonal character to the human ear is more noticeable.
There is a norm, that's correct, yes.
Thank you. Maleda, I have no further questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Nellis. Mr. Wu.
Thank you, my lady. Mr. Lin, you offered in cross-examination to show to the court a sound level when there was reference to 22 dBA and even taking it up to 32 dBA. That's when you made the offer. Do you have the instrument here?
Yes, I do.
If I may ask everyone just to be quiet for a moment, and then you tell us what the instrument measures now, the dB. Yeah.
It's between 40 and 41, my lady.
14 and?
40, 40, and 41.
Thank you.
So we know that's lower than that.
Yes.
Yes. Now, when you were asked about the newly erected houses, may I ask you this? You were shown the photographs
Yes.
as it then was at the time of 14 February 2013.
That is correct.
And the only reason you were asked to go to the scene is to orientate yourself.
That is correct.
Yeah. Did the new houses play a role in your model?
Not in my calculation. If we take into the house in the calculation, the attenuation will be higher. The noise level will be lower.
Yes. The new houses.
Then, yeah, will provide further obstruction to the sound transmission.
Thank you, my lady. I have no further re-examination.
Thank you. Mr. Lin, thank you very much for your assistance. You may be excused.
Thank you.
My lady, my next witness has just walked into court. May I just it's only a 3-minute adjournment, just to get the document from you.
We have a 3-minute break.
the prescribed code?
I have no objection.
Do you consider the prescribed code to be binding on the conscience?
I do.
So do you swear that the evidence about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
If so, raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
What is this one, my lady?
Thank you very much. Mr. van Zyl, you may take a seat if you so wish.
Thank you, my lady.
Thank you, my lady. Mr. van Zyl, I want you, in your own words, to tell the court about your relationship with Mr. Pistorius and how it came about.
I am Mr. Pistorius' manager, or sometimes also referred to as agent. The actual term for my role, as per the sports governing body, the IAAF, is an athlete representative. I met Mr. Pistorius for the first time in 2004, my lady, just after the Paralympic Games in Athens with his father. And then we had a formal relationship business-wise from 2006 onwards.
What did that business relationship entail?
Basically constituted of three elements. First and foremost was to secure competitions and races for the client, in this case Mr. Pistorius. Secondly, to also then negotiate and acquire sponsorship and endorsement and brand ambassador agreements for him as a client. And then thirdly, also to manage and ensure that all the financial affairs of Mr. Pistorius is in place.
And what would your contact be with him at the time when you acting as his representative or as his manager?
We pretty much basically had daily contact where we had to discuss upcoming events, schedules, sponsorship commitments that he had to fulfill.
In consultation, Mr. van Zyl, I specifically ask you about Mr. Pistorius' vigilance. Can you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell the court what you told me about that?
Through all the interaction I had with Mr. Pistorius over the years, it was very evident that, and for me the best way to describe it is basically a heightened sense of awareness. So if I can enlighten the court with specific instances, we would travel to the airport and Mr. Pistorius would be driving quite fast, coming to pick me up at home. And always offered that I can leave my car at home and we just drive with his car, and he would drive quite fast to the airport. I would then inquire from Mr. Pistorius, there's no rush, we've got enough time to make it to the airport. And he would then refer back to me stating that, remember what happened to you in 2007 when I, after another trip that we did, was hijacked at gunpoint, and had a very traumatic experience, and he wanted to ensure that we are safe and not being followed.
You also told me about his approach to parking in the parking areas.
Yes, whenever we had to park in specific, can we call it parking bays at the airport, or for instance at an event that we had to go to, he always ensured that he parked in an open space, easy access, even an enlightened space where there was enough light if it was at night, so that he could always feel safe and secure.
You also told me about an incident in New York.
Yes, we were in New York in 2011 at the IAAF Diamond League, and we were walking down the street just in New York and heard a loud noise, a bang, which I just basically reacted and inquisitively trying to find out what it was, or looked around to see where the noise came from, whereas in Mr. Pistorius' case, grabbed me by the arm, which was very unusual for me, and then suddenly just released again, and we just kept on walking. But it was just strange for me that he would react in such a way that he would grab me when something like this happened.
when you were abroad and he was in his hotel room, how would he, according to you, secure his safety?
We had a few occasions where sometimes late at night I would receive the schedule for the next day's events, whether it be for a photo shoot or a sponsor's commitment or something similar. I then went to Mr. Pistorius' room to give him the necessary information, and by knocking on the door, he always asked first who is at the door, and then secondly, when he opened the door was not only just locked but always had the latch on, which was also for me interesting, being in a safe environment, that he always had the latch on the door apart from just normal lock on the door.
You also informed me about, as an example, when you sat down at this dining room table to look at contracts.
Yes, we had often spent time at Mr. Pistorius' residence to discuss either contractual obligations or also looking at the competition schedule for the season. And whenever we were sitting around the dining table, and it sometimes even was a bit annoying for me that I could never keep him focused on it, as he was always looking around, asking his housekeeper if the front door is locked, asking where the dogs are. So always fidgety, if I can describe it in such a way.
And in going to restaurants, coffee houses and so on?
Yeah, Mr. Pistorius always ensured that he took a seat at a table where he had a clear access and view to the entrance and exit of a restaurant.
There was an incident on the aeroplane with when he removed his prosthetic legs.
On one of the many trips that we traveled on, Mr. Pistorius had severe blisters on his stumps from training, and he usually kept his prosthetics legs on even when we were on the plane flying abroad. He never took it off. He was very conscious about that. But because of the blisters, he suffered quite a lot of pain, and he decided that he would take his legs off in that specific instance. He covered it with a blanket, and as he fell asleep later during the night, during the flight, one of the legs fell over and was lying in the aisle. And the air hostess, being kind enough, just doing her normal work that's required from her, bent down to pick up the leg. But at that stage, Mr. Pistorius realized that someone was there by his legs, and the startled reaction and how he jumped up and took the leg away and then put it back under the blanket, so as no one, it was a case for me that he didn't want anyone to see that he had prosthetic legs.
I also ask you about possible aggression inside of Mr. Pistorius. Now, how long in total time did you spend with him?
We have spent, my lady, many years together traveling abroad, and basically the time period that we spent together was in the season, or what we call the athletic season in the northern hemisphere, the northern summer, from the end of May basically until the end of August. So we would then spend a lot of time together either at our training base in Italy, or then going to different competitions where we had to travel to, or either then with sponsorship commitments or public appearance engagements that Mr. Pistorius had to fulfill.
And did he display any aggression in all the time?
In my personal presence, I can only recall two specific incidents where Mr. Pistorius lost his temper. I would not determine it as aggression. I myself lost my temper in those specific occasions, and actually on more occasions I actually sometimes even lost my temper more than what he did, for the kind of I would almost call it abusive questioning from either media or other people that he suffered.
And which are those two occasions?
The one specific occasion, my lady, was when we landed in Barcelona, where Mr. Pistorius was scheduled to compete in a competition. It was in 2009, and it was long after the court case against the Court of Arbitration for Sport and the IAAF was completed, and all the facts regarding whether Mr. Pistorius gained an advantage or not by competing against able-bodied athletes was determined, and all the facts was well documented. And we arrived, and as we came through Arrival Hall, a camera crew stuck a camera in Mr. Pistorius' face and calling him a cheat, that he wants to compete against able-bodied athletes. And myself, as I stated earlier, also lost my temper, and Mr. Pistorius as well. The second occasion was when we were in London, prior to the London 2012 Olympic Games. Mr. Pistorius had an interview scheduled at the BBC, a radio interview, and we were in studio at the BBC studios in London, where Mr. Pistorius was questioned by a journalist, and the tone of the questions and everything was leading up to the eventual question that was put to Mr. Pistorius: don't he think that he's an embarrassment for his country for trying to compete in the Olympic Games? Whereupon myself also called Mr. Pistorius out of the studio, and both Mr. Pistorius and myself left the studio. Those were the two occasions that I can honestly say that he lost his temper and saw and showed his disappointment and anger with it.
Have you had occasion to meet Ms. Steenkamp?
I did meet Ms. Steenkamp.
Could you tell the court about that? How many occasions, for instance?
I can't recall the specific number of occasions, but I did meet Ms. Steenkamp on a number of occasions with Mr. Pistorius at different venues.
And seeing through your eyes, what was the relationship like?
For me, I would describe it as a loving and caring relationship. Mr. Pistorius and Ms. Steenkamp was always calling each other pet names as well.
Did he involve her in his career?
Yes, Mr. Pistorius and myself actually, and it was very interesting for me, had a meeting on the 7th of February in 2013 at his house, which was one of the things that we always did. Sat on his big dining room table, put out all the contracts, put out a calendar for the year to look at all the different competitions and scheduled events that we can do for the year, what was the main target for the year. And we were planning his season for 2013 with the highlight being the IAAF Athletic World Championships in Moscow. And usually what we then do is we work backwards from that, looking at specific dates of specific competitions that the coach would then want Oscar to compete in. Based on that, we then said, okay, we have a couple of competitions which at that stage, what we termed exhibition events. One was going to be in Brazil on the 31st of March, and the second on the 25th of May in Manchester. And Mr. Pistorius then specifically asked me if I wouldn't mind to ask the organizers if he can have Ms. Steenkamp accompany him on these two trips, which for me was a first. He's never asked me for anything like this, to have one of his girlfriends in the past accompanying on any trips to an athletics competition. I then put a question to Mr. Pistorius: why do you want this? And his reply to me was, I actually want Ms. Steenkamp to see what my world is about, the pressure that I'm under, how I need to perform, and also that she can understand better why I sometimes cannot go to specific events or functions with her, that I have to have enough sleep in order to train and perform at the levels I'm required to perform at. Also that there might be certain events that I cannot go to due to my own sponsor commitments, and then also obviously that I've got to stick to a strict diet. I cannot maybe sometimes go to eat at a specific restaurant with friends, go out late at night. And that was very interesting for me that he requested that.
You made available to me documents that I wanted to identify. My lady, I would ask the court to accept it as exhibit triple V. What is this document? Can you identify this document?
Yes, my lady, this was an email communication between myself and Mr. Andy Kane, who is the meeting director of the Manchester City Games.
And when was this communication?
This specific communication between myself and Mr. Andy Kane was on the evening of the 13th of February at 7:29 p.m.
Which year?
2013. So 13th of February 2013, 7:29 p.m.
And what was this all about?
This was to finalize the terms and conditions upon which Mr. Pistorius would compete in this event in Manchester.
And how was this relevant to Ms. Steenkamp?
On the second page of the email, I specifically requested that the following terms that still need to be clarified for Mr. Pistorius in order to compete was that we also required and asked for an additional business class flight for Ms. Steenkamp to join Mr. Pistorius on this trip. I can also, if I may, ma'am, or my lady, just add that there was also already a contract in place for Mr. Pistorius to compete, as I mentioned earlier, on the 31st of March in Brazil, in Rio, where Mr. Pistorius was scheduled to compete against Mr. Alan Oliveira, the Brazilian chap that beat him at the Paralympic Games in London in the 200 meters. And this was going to be the first time that they were going head-to-head after the very famous race in London. And I've also secured for Ms. Steenkamp to join Mr. Pistorius on that trip, where there was also already agreed in the contract that flight tickets for 5 people to accompany Mr. Pistorius, which would consist of Mr. Pistorius himself, the coach, Mr. Ampilo, myself, our physiotherapist, Mr. Eben Verster, and then Ms. Steenkamp.
I put before you a document that you've also made available to me, and that I would ask that will be identified and that you accept it as Exhibit WW. Can you look at this document and identify it? Inform the court what this is all about.
Yes, my lady, this is the email communication between myself and the meeting organizer of this specific event in Brazil.
And what does this confirm?
This basically just states and confirms that the terms and agreement of the contract was in place. I see that there's actually not the actual contract attached to this.
Yeah, we have the actual contract. If necessary, we can make it available.
All right, but yeah, it's my lady. Then yeah, in that contract was stipulated that Ms. Steenkamp then also would accompany Mr. Pistorius to this event.
Yeah, should it be an issue, the contract's available here. I just don't want to hand it all possible documents. Mr. van Zyl, what was the position as regards the financial future, so to speak, of Mr. Pistorius during February 2013?
Due to the amazing performances of Mr. Pistorius in London at the Olympic Games and Paralympic Games, his profile was raised to global icon, sports icon status. And I think all media would agree with me that the London Olympic Games was about 2 people, and that was Mr. Usain Bolt and Mr. Oscar Pistorius. Based on this and the profile that Mr. Pistorius's image carried in the business world, a lot of opportunities and a number of opportunities came our way, where corporate companies wanted to be associated with Mr. Pistorius due to the synergy between their values and his values, and they would want to build marketing and advertising campaigns based on that.
And the financial implications, when would that have realized?
The financial implications was going to be substantial. I can easily say 5-6 times more than what it was before the London Olympic Games. During this meeting that we specifically had on the 7th of February, we also discussed the current contracts that was already put in place and that was going to be running until the end of 2017 when Mr. Pistorius would have announced his retirement from athletics. And then also some of the current sponsors we were still busy in negotiation with, where not only would Mr. Pistorius have brand ambassadorial roles until his retirement, but also post-retirement for the work and effort that is put in for these brands. Some of these contracts also not only would entail financial implications, but also share options for Mr. Pistorius in some of these companies, and also royalties that you would earn from sales of products and merchandise carrying his brand.
In February 2013, was he aware of all these contracts and opportunities and obviously the bright financial future waiting for him?
Yes, Mr. Pistorius was very aware of that. Mr. Pistorius, I can also confirm, is a very astute businessman, and he was very aware of the role that he had to play within his brand and the financial implications that he stood to gain in the years to come.
You spoke about Ms. Steenkamp and that it was the first time that he wanted a girlfriend of his to accompany him. The one that you did not refer to that you shared with me in consultation was Mr. Bocelli, Andre Bocelli.
Yes, apart from these two specific competitions that Mr. Pistorius wanted Ms. Reeva Steenkamp to accompany him with, was also another opportunity that presented itself, and we also discussed it on that specific day of the 7th of February, where I received from my travel agent an email on a weekly basis which they call travel notes, and it's Brooklyn Travel here in Pretoria. They've been my travel agent for all my athletes for over the past 10 years. And in this was a specific mention of an Andrea Bocelli concert that was going to be staged on the 13th of July in Tuscany in Italy. And I specifically said to Mr. Pistorius, well, if you want to take Ms. Steenkamp to these competitions, why don't you really impress her by taking her to an Andrea Bocelli concert? And he was very excited about it and asked me to look into it and try and find more information. But the relevance of this was, back in 2009, Mr. Pistorius did a music video for an Italian rock band called Negramaro, which we shot in October, November in the Arena, which is one of the famous Italian stadiums in Milan. And during our discussions with the gentleman from the music label called Sugar Music, which is a family-owned business, it was also mentioned to us that they also are the music label for Mr. Andrea Bocelli. So I said to Mr. Pistorius on this occasion during our meeting on the 7th that maybe it's time for us to call on this favor to see if we cannot get you 2 tickets for you and Ms. Steenkamp to go and watch this concert in Tuscany.
Now, these planned travel arrangements where Ms. Steenkamp would have accompanied him, did you discuss it with her?
Yes, I did. Mr. Pistorius was actually very excited, and he phoned on his iPhone on a video call actually, and he passed the phone on to me and said to Reeva that if I can please give her the good news, and I informed Ms. Steenkamp that she would be going with us to Brazil, and that I'm also working on a trip for her to go to Manchester with us together.
And how did she feel about it?
She was very excited and very ecstatic about the opportunity to travel with us to these different competitions.
Thank you, my lady. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Roo. Yes, Mr.
My lady, I see it's 11:15.
Is it?
Let's go, please.
Yes, we'll take our adjournment.
Let's go, please. annoyed and lost his temper. But you forgot about that instance where he called the person that beat him a cheat.
I did not forget about that. I wasn't in London during the London Paralympic Games myself during that specific incident. I also did not have accreditation, so I wasn't allowed in the media zone.
But you know about it?
I know about it.
You didn't tell the court about that? Why?
Because, as I said in my earlier testimony, that I only explained about the two specific instances where I was present with Mr. Pistorius.
Now, did you deal with Mr. Pistorius when he called the person that beat him in the 200-meter cheat?
Yes, there was the company that we make use of, Fast Track in the UK, that was specifically targeted and trusted with dealing with all the PR related to the Olympic and Paralympic Games while Mr. Pistorius was in London.
See, again, I hear everything you say, but please, Mr. Van Zyl, listen to the question. Did you deal with it?
I dealt with it by delegating the tasks to the relevant media people in London to ensure that media reports go out, and also I spoke with Mr. Pistorius and pointed out to him that this was unfortunate, the wrong place and wrong time for him to react in such a way. But I can also state that this incident had a long lead up. From April already in 2012, Mr. Pistorius was contacted by various athletes that's competing in his same class, and more specifically the single amputee guys, that stated that because they have one normal leg and one artificial limb, they cannot change their legs, whereas the specific athlete that is referred to here changed his legs from different events, and the athletes felt that this person is not playing fair, and Mr. Pistorius took upon himself to then contact the IPC and specifically requested that there be more specific guidelines as to what is allowed and not allowed. Mr. Pistorius himself subjected himself in 2007 to a severe battery of tests to prove that he didn't have an advantage, and he stuck to that specific leg, so he always played within the rules.
But he lost his temper on the day.
He lost his temper on the day.
Or are you telling the court that because of the run-up, he did it deliberately?
No, Mr. Pistorius lost his temper on the day.
So that's all we're dealing with. We're dealing with. So you're saying he lost his temper, but there's a reason why he lost his temper.
There's a reason, as I said, explained. There was a long lead up to this whole incident.
Okay. You told us that you met Reeva, and did you meet any of his other girlfriends?
Yes, I was introduced to only two other people that Mr. Pistorius introduced me to as his girlfriends. One was Miss Jenna Atkins, and the other one was Miss Samantha Taylor in the 7 years that I have been working with Mr. Pistorius.
And then we'll have to make a correction because he took Samantha Taylor overseas.
But not for competition.
But he did. He took
Miss Samantha Taylor on a television program that specifically asked Mr. Pistorius to do this television program, and he asked if he could didn't ask me, but the offer was made by the television production company that he can take his girlfriend with on the trip.
Now, do you have any knowledge whatsoever about the relationship between Mr. Pistorius and Samantha Taylor?
My lady, the relationship between myself and Mr. Pistorius was of a professional nature, but I was introduced to these three specific women that I refer to as his girlfriends. But what Mr. Pistorius do in his private life, I wasn't always aware of.
Then, you see, I will have to repeat all the questions. The fact is, do you know of the relationship?
Yes, I know of the relationship because, as I said, Mr. Pistorius...
Did he discuss it with you?
No,
do you know?
No, Mr. Pistorius did not discuss the relationship with me.
Not at all?
Hardly ever.
Okay. What did he discuss with you?
Just that Miss Taylor is his girlfriend. He never asked me for her to accompany him anywhere. I never went out on any dinner dates or any events with him and Miss Taylor at all.
There was an incident that I read about at the Olympics where Mr. Pistorius's roommate asked to be allocated a different room. Do you know about that?
I am aware and was made aware of that by the team management of the South African team.
And the reason the man gave was that Mr. Pistorius would be constantly on his phone arguing with people and he couldn't take it anymore. That's what I read.
Well, whether that's the case or not, I cannot comment on that as I wasn't there.
But am I right in what I read?
I wouldn't know because I don't know if that's the fact.
Has nobody told you those facts?
No one specifically mentioned that Mr. Pistorius was constantly on the phone to me personally.
Okay. As far as you're concerned, what was the reason why did the man want to leave the room?
Well, this specific athlete, I don't know even who this specific athlete was that is referred to, must have had his reasons why he wanted Mr. Pistorius to not share with him.
I'm asking you, sir. Why? Did you know why? You say the man had his reasons. Everybody knows that. You're trying to avoid questions. Why? Do you know why he wanted to leave?
If it's stated that this specific person wanted to leave the room based on that Mr. Pistorius was constantly on the phone, then we will have to accept that was the case.
No, you don't have to accept a thing, Mr. van Zyl. Nothing. You just have to answer questions, not accept things. As you sit there, and just listen to the question, why did the man want to leave the room? That's all. What you heard.
What I heard was that this person wanted to leave the room because of problems he had with Oscar.
What problems?
It was never specifically put to me that is the reason why this person wanted to leave the room.
I don't ask specifics, Mr. van Zyl. You're avoiding the question. As you sit there, why did he want to leave the room? That's such an easy question.
He wanted to leave the room because of Oscar being on the phone, as Mr. Nella stated and that he read in a report.
Now I'm worried. Because you specifically said 3-4 questions ago that you never knew that was a reason. Now you want to furnish that as a reason. Now I'm worried. What is the reason, sir, Mr. van Zyl? Why is it so difficult? Is it difficult for you to say negative things about Oscar?
No, it's not difficult for me to say negative things. My lady, I wasn't specifically in London at that incident. I only received a phone call to state that there's a problem. Mr. Pistorius had to leave the room on request of one of the other athletes. And it was dealt with within the team environment. Whilst the athletes are in a team environment at the Olympic Games or Paralympic Games, we don't have specific access to the athletes whilst in the village. And it's dealt with by team management.
Mr. van Zyl, I think it's the third time I left count. I haven't counted every time I repeat the question. As you sit there, why did the athlete ask to be allocated a new room? Why did he not want to stay with the accused?
Because Mr. Pistorius was constantly on his phone.
Are you stating that now, that they told you that?
No. I was never given a specific reason, my lady, why Mr. Pistorius and this athlete had an issue.
You never discussed it with Mr. Pistorius at all?
No, I never discussed it because I didn't deem it to be that important, as I said, because the team management dealt with that issue there and then in London. Okay. I was not in London.
Now, if I ask you, apart from having heard it from me, have you heard this version that the athlete wanted to move rooms because Mr. Pistorius, the accused in this matter, was constantly on the phone and argued with people he couldn't take it anymore? Have you read it, heard it before?
The only person that contacted me after this incident has already happened was Coach Ampilo that said to me, listen, we have moved Mr. Pistorius to a different room and the team management is taking care of matters. I was never informed that there were specifics, why the reasons was there. It was just told and put to me that there was issues and Mr. Pistorius and this specific athlete moved rooms.
Mr. van Zyl, I'm not going to go away. This version Have you heard it before or read it anywhere? The version that the man wanted to move because Mr. Pistorius was on the phone and arguing. Not if you were specifically told, not who told you. Have you heard it, read it? And that's the question. Just that.
I have heard and was told by Mr. Ampilo, my lady, that there was issues between two athletes, of which one was Mr. Pistorius, and that there was a request that the athletes be separated from rooms.
Mr. Van Zyl, I know what you've heard, and I know you've said that before. The question is something completely different. And I'm worried that you cannot answer this question.
But
did you hear that? The version I put to you, have you heard it before? Let me make it easier. Is it possible for you to say yes or no? Have you heard that version before, yes or no?
that specific version, no. Of that there was a specific reason that the athlete was constantly on the phone. No. Okay. As I said to you, my lady, to me it was put that there was issues between two athletes and it was dealt with within the team management and the environment.
Okay, I'm going to ask you one more question then. Step off from this. So if somebody asks you why that happened, what caused the difficulty between the two athletes, you will not be able to tell us.
In this specific instance, no. Okay. Because I wasn't made aware that these are the specific reasons why the two athletes wanted to not be in the same room.
Okay. Now, on the 14th of February 2013, this incident took place. 2013, 14 February, this incident that we're dealing with in this courtroom took place.
That is correct.
You discussed that with Mr. Pistorius?
Did I discuss the incident with Mr. Pistorius?
Yes.
I discussed only with Mr. Pistorius and shared with him my condolences and feelings for what has happened because of what I was busy with for Mr. Pistorius and Ms. Reeva Steenkamp, working on planning these trips for them together. Even a couple of hours before I got the phone call that morning, I still sent an email requesting for Ms. Steenkamp to accompany Mr. Pistorius on a trip.
Okay. Apart from sending him your condolences, the question is fairly simple. Did you discuss the incident that happened on the 14th of February with Mr. Pistorius since the time up until now?
No, my lady, I have not discussed the specifics of the incident with Mr. Pistorius at all.
Not once?
Not once.
He never explained to you what happened?
Mr. Pistorius never explained to me what happened. I did not ask him what happened. And that I can state.
Now, we've Mr. Pistorius' love for guns. Do you know about that?
I became aware of Mr. Pistorius' love for guns fairly recently before the incident appeared. And the first time I noticed Mr. Pistorius carrying a gun was in November 2012.
Not before that?
Not before that. I've never seen him carry a gun, never knew even that he was taking part in shooting activities at shooting ranges or anything of the nature.
Did you talk to him about the gun?
When I saw Mr. Pistorius carrying a gun, and the specific incident was when he was at my residence, I asked him why he was carrying a gun. He specifically replied to me that he's carrying a gun because he's fearing for his own safety.
Now, you see, as an agent, when we started, we said you would look after your profile of your client, both positively and negative things.
Excuse me? Is manager and agent the same thing?
Yes, my lady, I think Mr. Van Zyl used it both terms.
Oh, okay.
Am I right in saying you're a manager and some people say you're the agent?
That is correct, my lady. Some people refer to you as a manager, other people refer to you as an agent. As I said, the actual correct terminology by the sports governing body, IAAF, is that we are called athlete representatives.
Thank you.
athlete representative? Would you prefer to be called that?
I don't mind, sir, because
Can we call you manager? That's just so much easier.
easy with me.
Okay. Now, Mr. van Zyl, did you ever read an article where a British journalist visited Mr. Pistorius at his house, and Mr. Pistorius said to him that he would go out at night to the practice range to practice shooting if he couldn't sleep?
I read this article at some stage. I cannot recall specifically when, but when it was published, I did read an article.
Okay, good. Now, the article stated that Mr. Pretoria said if he couldn't sleep at night, he would take his gun, he would go to the shooting range, and he would fire shots at night. Is that, can you remember having read that?
I remember recalling reading that.
Now, did you discuss it with Mr. Pistorius?
I did not discuss it with Mr. Pistorius.
Well, the article that I'm talking about, would you say that was a positive or negative article that you read?
At that stage, I didn't see it as anything negative. That was for me a way that Mr. Pistorius could go and spend time by himself, not sleeping.
And could you remember if it was in that article that when the journalist walked to the main bedroom, he saw the 9mm of pistol of Mr. Pistorius in the main bedroom and asked him about it?
I cannot specifically recall that. As I said, I've read lots of articles about Mr. Pistorius, but that specific, I cannot recall.
If it's in the same article, then in all probability you read it.
I probably read it, but cannot recall it now.
Okay. Okay. If I read, or if I've listened to your evidence, Mr. Rook called it vigilant. Do you think he was? Don't you think Mr. Pistorius was paranoid?
Lady, I cannot call it paranoia or vigilant or any specific term. I'm not qualified to make an opinion. Based on that, I can only share my experiences that I personally experienced with Mr. Pistorius.
Okay. Now that's fine. That's fair. I agree with you. You're not qualified to do that. But let's just deal with it. You said that he would drive fast, and when you drove with him, he said it's because of a hijacking that you were involved in.
That I was involved in.
At New York, there was a loud noise, and he grabbed you by the arm.
That's correct.
That's natural. It could be natural for anybody if that happened. To be scared, to have a fright.
It's natural for a person to be scared and look around, but for me it was just very strange that the person would grab you on the arm, being a young male.
Now, sitting at the table, placing yourself at the table, do you do the same when you sit somewhere to be able to see when people come into the room?
No, not really.
Do you agree that lots of people do that because they're just curious?
It's possible.
You just made an inference from the fact that he would sit at the specific spot. You made an inference to say that, what? Why would he sit there?
For me, it was just always interesting that Mr. Pistorius wanted to be positioned in such a way that he could see what was happening, the access of a specific venue.
Now, I'm jumping around a bit because I will be prepared by tomorrow, but the fact that you never heard that Mr. Pistorius treated Samantha Taylor not well during their relationship.
I never, in the presence of Miss Taylor and Mr. Pistorius, ever experienced that he dealt or treated her in any way bad at all. He was always kind, courteous. I can state that I never seen him treat any woman for that matter, or any person for that matter, in any aggressive way or dignified way.
Then I've carefully noted Mr. Pistorius' calculated reasons for wanting to take Reeva, I think, to Manchester. I wanted to show her why I, Oscar, cannot go to function. I wanted to show her why I, Oscar, have to sleep. I wanted to show her why I, Oscar, cannot go to events. Why I, Oscar, are on strict diet. Those must be things that they argued about, or that she couldn't understand.
I wasn't aware of any arguments. For me, it was really a case of Mr. Pistorius wanting to show Ms. Steenkamp what his world as a professional athlete is about, why it is that you have to be very strict on yourself and professional if you want to achieve these goals that you set yourself. Most, and if not all, of my other top athletes that I represent do the same thing, where you've got a specific routine every day, specific training times, specific diets, specific rest and recovery periods that will enable you to perform and train at that same intensity day in and day out.
Now, when he went to the Olympics, did he not want to take Samantha Taylor with him to the Olympics?
I was never asked by Mr. Pistorius at any stage that he wanted to take Ms. Taylor specifically to the Olympic Games. He wanted tickets for various family members and friends that I had to organize for people, but not once was I specifically asked to make any arrangements for Ms. Taylor to accompany him to the Olympic Games.
I see. Well, I've dealt with the evidence, and I'm now at a stage where I have to prepare myself, and I see it's 12, my lady. I know that lots of court time will go. We lose court time today. But I informed the court that I do need the time. Perhaps I'll come back and say that I don't have questions, my lady, but I just think it will be responsible of me to ask the court time to prepare. I had no idea that this witness would give evidence today. No idea whatsoever.
Yes, thank you.
As a court leader.
Any objection?
I'm in the hands of the court. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you. I'm putting, each time you say that, I put it down.
I take note, my lady.
Yes, yes, yes. Mr. Nell?
My lady?
We have a request. Yesterday I just got one copy of the report of the psychologist. Is it possible to get other copies?
Yeah,
2 more copies?
Yeah, indeed.
Thank you.
I apologize. I thought there were more copies delivered.
I meant to tell you about it yesterday. I forgot.
Yes. We also had that electronically available, should the court would want that. But yes, my lady, I will ensure that it's delivered.
Yes. We usually like to have both.
Yeah. And I'll make sure that happens.
Thank you.
As a court leader.
We shall resume tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning.
As a court, please.
Kan jy op raai kan